If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice. Full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 8th of July 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Ipswich. Now Ipswich is in Queensland and this doesn't come under the top 10-20 tracks in Australia, but we did not have any other option today. The track that I wanted to be on was Sandown, but Sandown is very heavy today, and we have tried Sandown during the heavy days, and the results were very unpleasant, so I tried to avoid that. We are here at Queensland. It is a soft 6. Last time I checked, should be around that. Now, this track is soft today. We've got 8 races here. The last finishing mile is about 300 meters. And this track is a stable track. We've raced here last to last year, and this track is quite stable. It offers anywhere between 30 to 40% on the odds, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out or highlight those things. That's more or less what we do. So we are here with the first one, which is a Colton Gilding 1200 meter maiden. We'll take the market snapshot first, and then we'll talk about the horses. Number 6 has been scratched. We don't have number 6. 9 to 510. Okay, so first thing first, I have made some changes with the jockey side of the story. I'm not sure how accurate this is going to be, but we'll see how that works. Okay, so right now we will have this a little different. The earlier structure was a little different than this, and when we were looking at that, we had certain things in place, but I have recalculated them with what was happening at Flemington. And now we have this. We'll see if this matches across all the tracks. And then we'll try to redefine this. So now, so when it is good on the higher side, when it is good on the lower side, this basically is when there is a down, okay, when there is a down in class with a form line, the lower is good, okay. And if it is down as in like drop in class, okay, this is a drop in class, total drop. And when it is good on the upper side is when it is reasonable, and we can see a form line, and that's when it is good, okay. What we need to check along with this is what is the pressure line and what is the structure of the horse, the character. So we'll do that. So now 9 is the favorite, and 9 is, if we look at from that, then 9 is that, and that's the form line. That's the lowest drop, okay. So 7 is the nearby challenger, which is there, but it is a negative leverage, so that probably is not the scene. Now, if we look at these two horses, they're 0-0, much higher than this. They're 0-0, good horses. One of them will definitely get in. But winning probably is difficult because that is also negative leverage. This one is losing on body weight. So all those things are happening here, but probably the 3 will get in some way or the other. The question is how the 2 is going to get placed. Okay, the 2 is also 0-0 here. Now this is 1.5, this is 2. So ideally the odds are right. Okay, and this is not a negative leverage, this is the lowest leverage, 0. Okay, the higher one is 10, 6. That's the highest leverage on this horse, which is still higher here. Okay, still higher. So how that works, it's at 1200 meters, so definitely a higher weight will have the preferences, which is the number 2. So this is in somehow, in some way, this is in. The problem is this, that the form line is missing, and it is terrible. Okay, wherein the 3 is the second one in line. Okay, but that is also a negative leverage. So we'll see how those places they kind of accumulate and what happens there. About the 10 is the lowest weight. Can it get through? Of course it can get through, and we'll see how that also gets there. But here the drop is higher, and this is a lower drop with a very strong jockey management on this horse. So probably 9 is the win. Then we are looking at either 2 or 3. Both are very questionable because the 2 doesn't have a form line, and the 3 has a form line but is a negative leverage. 10 is the lowest weight. Is it good? It has the leverage. Okay, it is not getting into negative leverage. The form line is okay. Can they get together? That generally doesn't happen, but if it happens, it happens. But ideally, here I think 9 has the advantage of two things. One is the form line, the other one is the arrangement on the jock. We'll see how that works.
We join him. Number 7 for the second leg of the quarter is Vera Jacket.
I'll be back in a jiffy. Okay, I'm back.
Slide out though from $2.90 to $3.50 with a dab. Sabasteel is $4.60 into $4. And coming home to you, number 5 is $5 into $4. And they're the two best back to beat the favourite. At longer odds, Porcelain Prince, number 8, is $18 into $12. And beat the Rapper Toppy, $26 into $18. This advance as well. That's the tab rate. Quick look at the late action bookies, where the best backed. Probably those second two again. Sabasteel, $4.20 into 4. Coming home to you, $4.80 into 4. Silent Thinker there goes $3.10 out to $3.60 back to $3.50. And at longer odds, Porcelain Prince firms here as well, late $14 to $12. Mr. Ascot is $19 to $21, back into $19. Soft fibres, the track reading today for Ipswich. Rail out ace. David Fowler calls the action, like Silent Thinker in the first, as we say hi to him.
Nathan, you're right. They're moving in for the first of 8. Silent Thinker, the favourite, but they're gambling with it. $3.50, the current temp fixed price. Solid support for 2 Sava Steel at $4. 5 Coming Home to You, also at $4. It's in from $4.80 this morning. 3 Cautionary Tale at 8 and 10 Zuza Chance at $8.50. So they're moving it well. First of the day. Coming up in line is Zuza Chance, the grey. Chance Saloon goes in. The last 2 to move up, Silent Thinker and Porcelain Prince. And Bernie, they're just about set for the first. Last one goes up. Porcelain Prince takes its spot, or about to. Last look, Silent Thinker, $3.50. It's the favourite, but a bit of a gamble with Silent Thinker. Now they're all in. A field of 9. Running 1,200 metres. They're set to go. Red light flashing. Started with the button and holding them. Racing now. They jumped in an even line and hard to pick an early leader. Sava Steel towards the inside, showing speed. Thompson riding hard on Silent Thinker. He's trying to clear them early. Beat the Rappers, driving through to be right there, and 4th away, Porcelain Prince. Then Mr. Gascott, followed by Coming Home to You. Then Zuza Chance, getting well back was Chance Delude, and no speed from Cautionary Tale, 3 lengths away last. Heading to the side of the course now, just over 700 left to Rada, and over on the inside, Silent Thinker led from Beat the Rap, and 3 wide Porcelain Prince doing it tough in the middle part. Sava Steel with a good run, 4th of the leaders back. In between runners was Zuza Chance. Mr. Gascon of that bunch as well, and then came Coming Home to You. Spots him about 4 to 5 lengths approaching the turn and being felt for. Then Chance to Learn and Cautionary Tale has tacked on but is still last. They wheel for home, 300 left to Rana. Silent Thinker the inside, Beat the Rap the outside is challenging it strongly. Their matching motors, Sava Steel tries to come off their back and give chase, and then Coming Home to You. Silent Thinker the inside is trying to live from Beat the Rap. They've got 50 to go. Silent Thinker in front, now getting away, and Silent Thinker too good. Coming Home to You.
9-5.
First home got second. Beat the Rap held third. Sava Steel in 4th. Then Mr. Gas got Cautionary Tale passing a few, and they included Chance to Loon,
9,
Porcelain
5,
Prince,
1 and 2,
Zuza
I
Chance
guess.
last over the line.
Start 2, first win for Matt Dunn, Ben Thompson, Silent Thinker paying $3.40 and a
Nine, 5, 1 and 2. So what happened is 9 that went through, then 5. Then 1, which was not doing well. And 2. We'll go to the next. Seven, 9, 10, 11, and 13 all scratched. 7, 9, 10, 11. Sorry, all scratched. 2, 8, 5, 1. So now if we try and understand what happened here, okay? So the 10 was a 2-year-old gelding with the lowest weight. The 5 was negative leverage, but that is the lowest negative leverage apart from the 2, okay? The 2 was 0, but the 5 was the lowest negative leverage, and now went through 2, 5, then 1. So basically what happened here is the jockey, and that worked as the top weight because these top weights were not in a position to deliver today. If you look at the top weights and how they are, they were not in a position to deliver. Now we come here and so now if we look at this, so it is getting heavier on this side, but they are not a drop. Okay, this was a drop. Here it is getting heavier, but they're not a drop. Now, if you look at the odds, so these are the top weights, okay? These two are the top weights, but they are like negative leverages here. So that becomes a problem. 2 is not a negative leverage, okay? So the 8, which is the second favorite, is good. It is going to carry the lowest weight, one of the lowest weight, and it is good. It is, they're chasing 2.5. Their capacity is down. They're chasing 2.5. The 8 is good, but here is the trick. The trick probably is this, that 1, it is negative leverage. 2, as a 56.5, it is difficult to win as a neutral. So that's difficult to win, but does that um, uh, That neutral is always a confusion. We'll see how that works, but it's a negative leverage. 2 is the right odd. 2 is the right odd. And they're all like, there's no pressure line. This is the highest pressure line, which is 0. Okay, there's no pressure line. This is the leverage is 0. The pressure line is also 0, but 0 is the highest. Okay, then whatever happens, happens. So that's this scene. At least one note. This one is the other one. They're all negative leverage. We'll see how that works, but 2 probably is the right odd. 2 probably is the right odd. It cannot, I mean, the jockeys are here, okay? The jockeys are here, which is good, but the problem is they're all negative leverages. Plus, these two are carrying the lowest weight with a jump of 2.5. This one is jumping 0.5, which is good. But before that, this one is also jumping 0.5, which is also good on a 57. But point is this, that they are all negative leverage. They're all negative leverage. So we just saw how the negative leverage actually affects. And this one was a 2-year-old gilding with the lowest weight. That did not happen. It actually bounced back on the top weight. So this one was the advantage with the jock, and then it played regular. So here also 2 probably is the right odd. We'll see how that works. I like the 2. Will happen.
the Zona, the filly, who had good support. Little gap third.
So 5, 7 and a photo between the 1 and the 2 with 6 races to come there. Straight to Ipswich now for race number 2, which is only 30 seconds away. Extreme Taste with the bookies 245 to 260, back to 250. Arctic Bride number 5 for CJ Graham. 4 into 360, best back to beat it. Assume for Kyle Wilson-Taylor, Chris Waller second up. $14 into $10. City Bound the topping, 13.17 back into $14. And Video Vixen, 13.16 back into $15 with a late scratching of horse number 3. Extreme Taste on top for David. We join him.
Now at $4.20. Last two coming up. Last two about to move in. Listen, Johnny will be the last one up. Favourite one, the first Silent Thinker they get with Silent Thinker, but they came off second best, the traders. Ben Thompson running for Matt Dunn, able to lead all of the way. This one's for the fillies and mares, a field of 7, reduced with several scratchings, but they're ready to go. Again, going 1,200 metres, the red light about to be turned on. Extreme Taste, the favourite. Now starter goes to the ladder. Waiting for the light to be switched on. There it is, ready to break. They're racing. Starter's Delight, bouncing as 1. Out wide, showing good early speed, was City Bounder. Listen, Johnny and Extreme Taste are both going forward. And Arctic Bride is punching up inside that trio. We've nearly got a line of 4. It is Keen and Willing. Assumed not far away in 5th. Video Vixen, the closest of 6 on settling down. And Stylish Edition run off its legs early. 4 away last. Now, they sort themselves out on the side of the course, just over 700 to run. Extreme Taste took over, but it's still wide, I'd fancy, because Arctic Bride's over on the rail. And right up there in the centre is Listen Johnny. City Bound just behind them in 4th. Video Vixen the fence in 5. Then came Assumed, and still a couple away. Stylish Edition last. Heading to the turn, these leaders, they've coloured each other. They've gone strongly. Who's going to survive? Who's going to give up? Arctic Bright will now lead into the straight. Extreme Taste under pressure. Then Listen Johnny, and all of a sudden, the horse with the fresh run Assumed is landing on the seat and running on strongly. Down below the 200 metres, Arctic Bride trying to lift, tackle now, and tackle hard by Assumed. They pair off. Arctic Bride Assumed the outside of Arctic Bride. They'll go to the line together. Assumed got the bomb and beat Arctic Bride. Stylish Edition up for 3rd. Listen Johnny, Video Vixen, long gaps then to City Bound and Extreme Taste after having a hard run. The favourite has run a long last.
First win, start 4, Assumed over the top of Arctic Bright. And under Kyle Wilson-Taylor, it pays $12.90 and $3 on the home tote UTAB. 123.60 for the Miners on 6-5-12 on race number 2 of 8 from Ipswich. 5th event from Murray Bridge. Shiny Pistol as we start the quaddie is the favourite in the green. Went up at 3.10. Crash Bank.
So the 2 lost it and the 6 went through. Six, 5, 12. And 8. We'll go to the next. That happened. One, 4, 9, 14, 15, 16, all scratched. 2, 5, 12, and 6. Okay, so 2 is the favorite. Now, what are the things that can go wrong? So what happened here is basically this, that the 2 couldn't stand the pressure, just gave up. And here, so there are 2 ways to look at this. One is this, that they're all 2-year-olds, okay? And this is going to be an 800 meter. So if this becomes an 800 meter, and I mean, this is an 800 meter, and if this is a 2-year-old race, then there are 2 ways that it can work. One is the lowest weight which it is carrying, because they are all 2-year-old, and the lowest weight will have an advantage. And it is huge here on the jockey side. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. The other way is this, that it plays normal as how it should. And in that case, a top weight should get into. Now, the top weight, which is there, is this one. Okay, this is the top weight which it is carrying, and there is a arrangement on the jock. So we'll see how that works. I think this is going to play a little foul. This is going to, I mean, like this one. So everything was good on 2, but the 2 had a pressure that it could not handle, and it gave up. Okay. Instead, what happened? These 3 horses on top, they went through 6, 5, 12. Okay. It couldn't go there because they were challenging, and that was not the ideal situation. It went up. Here, 12 is the lowest weight, and the jockey arrangement is exactly like what was there on 9. It is even better. Okay, so that's one way of looking at it, that it is going to go with a lower weight, and the 2-year-old filly will go through. That's one side of the story. Now, what is happening with 7? Let's understand. 7 has the best form line, okay, but it is challenging 5 steps up. So then the question is here, the 8 and the 13 both has the arrangement on the jock. Both has the arrangement on the jock. But the thing is, it's either here on the top weight, or it is here on this one. I think it will go 12, because they are all 2-year-old. I mean, I like 12 more because they are all 2-year-old fillies. This is the lowest. They could be the highest, but here that becomes the factor again. Okay. Here it was not the factor they were challenging. Here it is a drop, and that's where it stands. So I have a feeling about the 12. Then it can go up here on 3. Because that's the jockey arrangement. Gate, welcome back. Gate 513.6. Possible. Possible gate. Yeah, that's a good idea.
To turn the tables on Sunset's a horse he clashed with and ran really well against last time. Look, it was tough to make a case, but that's a good chase and win. Dragoon gave a great sight, led until the post. Little gap third.
$71.80 on the home tote for the 9-year-old Second Nature. Gets the bob in. 14 beats 4, 1 and 2 to race number 3. Ruffy home in the third at Sandown. Let's have a look at what's happening really late here at Ipswich with the bookies. Past start time for the third, where Laurel's number 2 is the favourite, and $3.80 into $2.90. It's best back late with the bagman. A little nibble Queen Olympias, number 11 for Ben Thompson, $6.50 into $6. Tassie Devil's been specced, and so has Sun Sister and Too Darn Quick. The best back, though, is Laurel's, number 2 for Bubba Tilly. And that's the on topper for this man, David Fowler.
It's just at 750. Too Darn Quick at 950. So the loading well for this third race, 10 running over the 800 metres, a quick dash for the 2-year-olds. Most of these runners are in. Sun Sister, in fact, will be the last one to come up with a lonesome star, so they've moved in smartly here. Laurel's running our favourite, number 2 at $3. There's a clump of them between the $5 and the $9 mark. Lonesome Star will be the last one to come up. 2 races down. Silent Thinker won the first and Assumed was backed at longer odds. Appreciated a really good speed and finished off best to win the previous race by a short half head. Now, might be one run of the move up. The starter's not at the ladder as yet, so as soon as we spot the starter, we'll know that the starter's imminent, but it might be one runner still out of line. In fact, shot behind the barrier, there is one runner. It's been lit up riderless. Can't quite see that saddle cloth. It might be, I'll tell you any time. It's in the market at $5. We're not quite right yet because we need one runner to move in. It is, I'll tell you any time. 6. Just waiting for it to come up. Laurel's down $2.80. $2.80. Clear cut and a well-back favourite on debut. Let's see what's happening here. Still no star of the ladder, so I'll tell you any time is the one giving the Ipswich barrier boys a bit of grief, but they continue to work to try and load it. 800 metres ahead of them. Still out of line, I'll tell you any time, so reluctant to go into the gates. The other runners are well behaved, these 2-year-olds. Several of them on debut. Now here's the starter. Merging and coming up to the rostrum. Goes to the rostrum. Ready to jump now. Laurel's drawn a barrier 2. Queen Olympia's drawn the rails. All set. Light on. Should catch them. Racing. Laurel's wasn't the best but we'll try and muster speed with Queen Olympias and Sun Sister going fast as well. I'll tell you any time. They're the first 4 then. Tassie Devil, followed by Bashani Melody, Worthy Shot, Lonesome Star, Too Darn Quick, and Feel Blessed as last. Queen Olympia shot along the run and led Sun Sister to the turn. Laurel's 2 away to clear third. 3 away then I'll tell you any time. Tassie Devil, Too Darn Quick trying to make ground, then Worthy Shot. Feel Blessed, Bashani Melody the widest. Then Lonesome Star. Hit the straight, Queen Olympia's led. Here comes Laurel's. Laurel's on the outside after Queen Olympia's. Then Sun Sister and Too Darn Quick. But Laurel's short of 100 to go. First away, heavily back and wins. Laurel's down to the line. First.
2:11.
Second, either Queen Olympia's or Too Darn Quick, which was a nice run. Then came, I'll tell you any time, Feel Blessed. Tassie Devil, Lonesome Star, Worthy Shot. Bashani Melody. Sun Sister last time.
As Laurel's wins on debut, 2-year-old gelding by Acclaim for Pat Webster, Bubba Tillian. Good in doing it too. Pace $3.10 and $1.50. Queen Olympia second at $1.80. Just ahead of Too Darn Quick at $2.80, and 6 will wind up in 4th position. 3 down, 5 races to come on a busy afternoon on Sky Racing 1 from Ipswich.
So 2 was the right odd. What happened? 12 did not act as the low weight. That did not happen. So the 2, which was the other 2, 11, to 11, 10, and 8. One of them had to come in. The 3 did not do anything, but the 8. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 all scratched. 8162. And gate, that was a brilliant call on the 11. I think it will win. That's the lowest. What happened here is this was an 800 meter. So the lowest weight did not act, but the two actually did, and it went up like that. So 2, 11, 10. That's where they stand. This is where they came in all together. This one just did not work because of this, because this was an 800 meter. But here that becomes an advantage because it's a 2000 meter. And the one which is there is getting to the borderline. So this probably is this 8 probably is the right odd. 3.57. This will Probably 8. No, that was a good one. Gate, that was a good one. I was looking at that, but it doesn't match. Okay. The 3 doesn't match. I mean, we'll see how things might work, because the 3 is chasing 3 steps up. Okay. It will either go here. That's one way of looking at it. We'll check both 7 and 3. Yeah. Both 7 and 3 are how it translates here and here. Three is definitely contradicting 1. 3 is definitely contradicting 1. Just insert.
The wrong day to be a swooper at Flemington. That was the day nothing was running on. So it's a great recipe to find value winners, and she's one of those.
4 races to come from Sandown, as we talked about pre-race. Main quaddy starts for the next. Late with the bookies here at Ipswich. The favourite, 180 out to 210, is Golden Eyes. And Stranglehold is 330, 360 into $2.90 as the best spec to beat it for Benjamin Osmond off a last start win. Couple of nibbles at odds, nibbles only, and they include Power Pack number 4, 19 out to 20 back into $18. And Southby number 5 for Michael Rod, 26 into $21. Golden Eyes on top for David. We join him to call a fourth.
Riding Stranglehold. Punters think this to be a 2-horse race as they start to line up well, only a handful to move in. 2,000 metres ahead of them. The last few come up. just about ready for a dispatch. Just waiting on Malacon to join them. Malacon's jockey Brad and Lorena in the Black Ipswich Turf Club colours. The starters at the ladder. The 8 runners are locked and loaded, ready to jump. Golden Eyes and Stranglehold, the fancy pair, and they're off and racing. Golden Eyes began nicely from barrier 2, and the other Golden Smile was well away. Eukanuba third on settling down. Power Pack is going forward. And parked just behind that division was Stranglehold, the well-backed second favourite, landing about 5th one off the fence. And a line of 3 at the back of the bus, Mad Anna inside of Southby and 3 wide outside the Pan Malacom. They leave the straight, move to the side of the course, 1,500 left to run, and Ben Thompson takes Golden Eyes to the lead. Power Pack moved up on the outside to be second. Golden Smile is sitting in third in the box seat. Then came Stranglehold, fourth outside of Eukanuba, fifth the rail, as Thompson tries to slow the tempo now and dictate the terms. A couple away, Malacon third last, and the 2 behind him, Mad Anna and Southby. The 8 runners make their way to the back straight, just over 1,100 left to run. I'd estimate 8 lengths span them, and Golden Eyes, the favourite, and looking for the hat trick, dictates the terms. 1 length the margin. Power Pack second, 3/4 away third was Golden Smile and Stranglehold. He's close enough and good enough. He's trailing in fourth outside of Eukanuba, who's parked away 5th on the fence. A length then to Malacon, 1 away Mad Anna, and 1 to Southby last. No change to the running order, short of 800 left to run, and Golden Eyes takes them to the side of the track with a 3/4 length buffer over Power Pack. Golden Smile third. It's had a good run, the box seat runner. Stranglehold is ready to go. Then Eukanuba. Malacon coming off the bit, the first move from a roughie. Southby takes off 3 wide, and Mad Anna is now last. More pressure goes into the race for the first time, and Golden Eyes tries to up the ante. Can't get away from Power Pack as yet, and Stranglehold is going up pretty well 3 wide. He's got something to offer, Strangleholder, as Thompson goes full bore on Golden Eyes. Power Pack going with him, stride for stride, and now Stranglehold coming in the peak gamely. Then came Southby and Golden Smile. Golden Eyes the inside, trying to lift from Power Pack. Stranglehold the outside. It's a key finish. Stranglehold, Golden Eyes the inside. Stranglehold beat Golden Smile, who dived late and got second. Then Golden Eyes and Power Pack, and it was a very busy finish and a competitive one. Then came Southby, followed by Mad Anna, Eukanuba, and Malacon out towards the tail.
So over the top of them, Stranglehold for Benjamin
168.
Osmond to pay 351.40 and beat Golden Smile. And 8 will run third there. Gold.
One, 6, 8, and 4. Seven and 9 has been scratched. This is a class 1. 11, 2, 1, and 10. So yeah, the 11 is the favorite. Now the thing is this, so uh we'll get sorted with this column. This column is basically adjusting the jocks, but uh that's just one side. Like we have more than 50 columns here. It is just one of the columns which is showing what is the strength on the jock. Okay. But at the end of the day, basically, it is the horse. It is not the jock. So we've tried this. I have been working on this for the last few weeks now. Though we've had only 3-4 tracks to test this. The only useful track that we had was Flemington. So this basically shows how the jock is being aligned, right? Now this has to be refined. This is not the end of the story. This thing has to be this thing has to be matched, and it has to be matched with two factors. One, what is the weight it is carrying, and what is the ideal weight, plus what is the form line. So we have to work on this. It is not concrete. Few things that are right on this is if it is chasing, a negative will not work. Like this one is chasing 3, so it will not work. We have seen that. Where it basically works is when it is down. But when it is down, the distance will matter. 800 meter required a heavier weight, and that's where the 2 gets in, and the 12 actually did not get there. So bottom line is this, that this thing is okay. We will keep an eye on this, how this thing works, but basically it is the horse. Okay, it is the horse, not the horse plus what is the capacity, what is the jump, and how things are. I've taken a lot of heat on this, so that's more or less what the thing is. So now coming back to the proposition today. So if we look at what is happening, okay, so 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 0, 2.5. So the one has the arrangement, okay? The one has the arrangement. It is very strong arrangement on this horse. But the problem is this, that that one is dicey, but it drops on the form line here, and that arrangement has been given, but that arrangement has been given to somebody who's like that. So that's one side of the story. However, it is lower than this guy. So can the one do it? Ideally, this is a very strong proposition, and it is something that has worked from multiple tracks, but somehow the one is not exactly graduating from where it has been, and it is coming fourth back to back and not happening. So that probably is not the thing. Though it has the arrangement, we'll see how that thing gets placed. This is a very strong physics on this horse, okay? It's a very strong physics on this horse, but ideally it is probably here on 10. One. Let's see how that works. I think it'll work here. We'll look at that, but yeah, so one has the physics. 10, I was thinking on, but they're like bleeding like nobody's business. 2 probably is in the best hand, and the balance is superb. So how is this working? Okay, so if we understand what's working and what's not working, so when it is a down, this thing works. Okay, when it is a down, like this is a drop in class, then this the lowest one matches. and it has to have a form line. So these two, they stand exactly on those grounds. What is the difference? The difference is here it is they're jumping, and here it is a drop. So we'll see. I like the one. Well, the one basically has the physics. Okay, the one is the physics of this race. Let's see how that works. Problem is, it is coming from gate number 12. So how much that will affect without the form line, we'll figure that out. But that's more or less how it works. Did you see? This one also went through 60. The 57. The 57 is 0. And here it is a stair. Total drop. It has no drop. This is a drop, and this is where it is getting the jock support. One doesn't have the form line coming from gate number 12. That has the physics and the weight. 1700 meter. Let's see how that works. Dows, welcome back, Dows. Yeah, Gate, what you're saying, not sure that the 8 got the best ride, is what the thing is. Okay, so what is a best ride and how does it get affected? So that's exactly where this thing comes in. So what happens basically is, this is my understanding. So your question is very valid, Gate. What is a best ride and why we do not get to see the best rides? And I've been thinking on that, and I've been thinking on that for a very long time, and that's exactly why we are trying to figure out how the jockeys are aligned. Okay, so here is the number part of the game. So let's forget about the form line. Okay, let us forget about the form line for a while. Let's do this, that the 8 is carrying the lowest weight, and 8 is the favorite over a 2000 meter. Now up till 2000 meters, it is actually the linears who win, but here that was a 6-year-old mare and it was a drop. 8 was the smallest chase. Okay, 8 was the smallest chase. 4, if you look at this, then that's 0.5, this is 0.5. That's where the 4 was struggling, but the 4 is not doing well. Okay, so now coming back to the fact, what is happening. So basically where it makes the difference is that, I mean, if we look through this, okay, there are two ways to look at it. So one is this. Okay, so the higher it is, the difficult it is. Okay, the higher it is, the difficult it is. The lower it is, the easier it is. I mean, those are better horses. But to match that, then what they're doing is they are adjusting the jocks depending on the weight of the jock. What is the weight of the jock? Now, when they're adjusting that, okay, who is riding what? Then what is happening is that, you know, if the 8 is on the easier part, all right, the higher it is, the difficult it is. The lower it is, the easier it is. That's the part. But when it is on the easier part, what they're doing is they're adjusting the jock in a way which is not complementing the weight that the horse is carrying. Okay. What my understanding is that if a horse is carrying a lower weight, which is good, but for certain distances, like Arrowman was correct on the 10 the other day, but that was a 2600 meter. This is a 2000 meter. Now, up till 2000 meter, that's the top weight which it is carrying. So top weight is generally assigned to the best horse. Okay. Now, what makes it difficult? What makes it difficult is if the horse is carrying a higher weight and the jockey who is on the horse is not optimized like this guy. Okay, he's a green guy. He's not supposed to ride a pressure horse, but the pressure here is like 11. We are not talking about 100, 136, all those mad pressure lines. We are not talking about that. We're talking about very, very below average pressure line, which is 11. So this jock is optimized according to his body weight and it is complementing. Okay. Whether or not that's something that, we will work on this and we will figure out, but that's the top weight. This one was 54. And when we look at that, this is higher, okay? This is higher. The 3 was lower than everybody, okay? But that is in midsection somewhere and chasing 3 steps up. Coming from 53, actual capability is 54, gate number 11, a lot of variables in there. So basically that just did not work. But what happened here is the one went through. Out of these 2 horses, they were on the same difficulty line. All right. They were on the same difficulty line, but the jock was adjusted here because he was a lightweight jock and he was adjusted here. Did not work because 3 steps up. This one, which was just 1 step down, came in, and then the lower weight. Okay. But where now, if we look at these 2 horses, so they're both same difficulty level, 4.5, 4.5. Where is the adjustment and how did it actually happen? So if we look at this is a 54.5. The jockey adjustment is about -7. Difficulty is the same. The 6 came in second position. Okay. This is where they are making the adjustment. So your question is, bottom line is this, Kate. What you're saying is exactly what the find is. That's exactly, that's exactly the point and the question. Why does it get a bad ride? And can we identify that before the races that it is going to be a bad ride? Everything is happening for a reason. There is nothing that is happening randomly. There is no randomness in this. Everything is happening for a reason. And if we can identify the reason, what is making a bad ride, how the ride is turning into a nightmare, and why things are not working, then we will be able to work in a much better fashion. I think we missed the race number 5. We missed it. And I don't know the results. Eleven, 8, 10, and 1. Anyway, that happened. We will go to the next. Six, 9, 10, 2. The 9 is 7 steps down, and also doesn't have the leverage. So they're playing, they're not fooling, they're actually down. They're actually 7 steps down. That's the highest drop in class. So where, I mean, so this could be an advantage, this could be a disadvantage. I mean, all the jocks are here, you see. That is how it is arranged. So now, if that's that, this is the highest drop in class. Okay. The body weight is huge. There is no problem with that. The form line is fantastic, but that's like 7 steps down. Doesn't have leverage. I don't know what will happen to this. This is anyway getting into a negative here. So I don't know what will happen there also. Ideally, 2 should win. We'll see how that works. And I'm sorry, gentlemen, I was talking to Gate, and we missed that race, the 5th one.
Good evening, this is Parjinder Singh.
No doubt.
In Peter, much too good in race 6, 5, 7, 13 and 12. And there's 2 races to come from Sandown. Gator's got his best bet going around to the next. Tennessee Bound, number 1. Our next comes from Ipswich. Mashulu's Spirit is the favourite, number 6 at $1.95, just going up at $2 with the tab fix. And Whispering Rogue is best back to beat it for the month's yard. Emily Lang, $3.50 into $2.90. And Satisfied Mugs is best back to roll both at longer odds, $12 into $9.50. That's the read from the tab's viewpoint. Bookies late, $1.95 to 2, back to $1.95 for Mashulu's Spirit, trying to go 3 straight to start the campaign for Jack Bruce. Whispering Rogue is $3.50 into $2.90, best back everywhere to beat it. Satisfied Mugs, $10 into $9 is the other move everywhere. And on the 6, Mashulu's Spirit on top for this man, David Fowler.
Looks hard to beat. Shulu's Spirit. He's only had the 3 starts. He had a run earlier in the year that was tipped out. There's 2 runs this time in, have both been good. He canted home in a mate, the Sunshine Coast. Then he won a similar sort of race at Doomben 3 weeks ago. On that occasion he carried 57.5, but he's down to 54.5 today. And with only 5 rivals, it's a progressive time. He looks hard to beat. And the market tells us that as well. Rock solid, $1.95. In saying that though, Whispering Rogue has got plenty of admirers, as evidenced by the market move. It's down to $2.90, so they're really dominating the betting. Satisfied Mugs at $9.50, and double figures for the other trio. So they're moving up, running 1,200 metres for the combined 3 and 4 year old. Cutest 3 and 4 year old at 1,200 metres. Second leg of the quaddie. Rio Spot won the first leg, number 11, was the favourite. Well, they won't take long to load, only a small field. And in fact, Warrior Bay will be the last one to come up. So they're ready to break.
Jimmy, welcome back, Jimmy.
Stand by for a start. Started with the lane of red light about to be turned on. All set. Punters considering it's a 2-horse race. Mashulu Spirit and Whispering Rogue. There's the light. They're set. Racing. Well, the grey pale-faced Ringo came out about 6 lengths behind them. Whispering Rogue, the well-banked second favourite, pinged at the start, went to the early lead. Carbonara in second, two-way third, Satisfied Mugs. Then Mashulu Spirit, a gap of about 4 to Warrior Bay, enough for the clumsy getaway 2 to Paleface Ringo in last. Down towards the 800 metres, Whispering Rogue, carting them along at a good tempo, leads Carbonara by 3/4. Satisfied Mugs in third, and Thompson's got the favourite. Bashulu Spirit in fourth, basically at a one-back trail in the middle part, and 3 away the tail end pair, Paleface Ringo outside of Warrior Bay. So the field of 6, they race in pairs as they approach the turn. Whispering Rogue in front, Carbonara getting closer ahead.
I could figure, bro.
Satisfied Mugs third, Bashulu Spirit in fourth, and now being niggled at by Thompson to put his mind on the job and try and run to the task. In the straight, Whispering Rogue, headed by Carbonara. Bashulu Spirit is now charming to the right time. Then Satisfied Mugs and Paleface Ringo. Bashulu Spirit the outside. Whispering Rogue trying to fight on. They beat off Carbonara. Warrior Bay getting out late, but Bashulu Spirit broke clear. Favourite home. And a treble to Thompson.
6, 8, 9.
Bashulu Spirit beat Warrior Bay. Whispering Rogue, Carbonara, Satisfied Mugs, Paleface Ringo.
Mashulu Spirit home. Ben Thompson's ridden half the card. 180, 140 for the win. Warrior Bay second. Whispering Rogue runs third. Looks like 10 will get fourth there. Carbonara to race number 6 with 2 races to come from Ipswich midweek. Third event from Taree is the next assignment. And on the fixed odds board, Ice on Fire drawing the...
Gate, yeah, 6. Three, 5, 6 all scratched. 3, 5, 6. 2, 13, 1 and 12. The 2 is 6.5 steps up. So the thing is, the 2 is in a very strong form line, which is true. And but it is 6 steps up. You see how that works. 1 has more chances, but it's a benchmark 65 over 1200 meters. That 2 is definitely a very good horse. But will it be able to achieve 6.5 step up? We'll see. The 1. Good night. Good night, Jimmy. I'll see you on Saturday. Gate left. I thought you went off after a long day, Jimmy. Bro, I don't know which video to put up because they are showing random races. We can't do the South Australian races. We can't do a lot of tracks. It'll unnecessarily bring in copyright, bro. Even I feel very, boring at times because we have to wait for 30 minutes. Yeah, bro, we've had those things in the, um, you know, it gets complicated. Yeah, Ipswich is coming up. I don't know what you're talking about, but we'll talk about it, bro. We'll talk about it. Let's get on a call sometime. I'll text you. So. Thanks, Jimmy. I was actually feeling very hungry today. So I got something to eat. I've been up since, I don't know, maybe about 12 in the morning. That's like midnight our time here in India. Even I'm having noodles. Just not the spicy type. I was feeling very hungry today, bro. Let's see how that works.
Away from start time. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. 250 to 270 for Petite Palace last 15 minutes. Flaxlands number 13 for Jake Bayless. 5 into 460 back to 480. No Name Frank 650 into 550. Chantilly number 12 for Liam Martin, Tony Gollan, 750 out to 8 back into $7. And if you're after a roughie, National Interest 31.41 back to $31. Let's get to David. He likes Petite Palace.
$6.50. The rest are in double figures. So it's been a good betting race. The four I've mentioned, the four in single figures, have all had supported various stages. So they're moving in now. Caxelas the first to go up. We're at the halfway point with the quaddie. You need 11 Rio Savon into number 6 Mashulu Spirit. So fairly skinny so far, both favourites. In fact, favourite makers have had a good day overall here at Ipswich with most of the favourites winning. Certainly, if not some well-fancied runners. Now, coming up well, big day in Rocky tomorrow with the first day of their carnival. We wish them well for the Newmarket Handicap, and of course, Cup Day on Saturday, Gat Race on Friday, and then Doomben on Saturday. Now, Sean T coming up, Artistic Endeavour about to move in. She was good winning first up at Doomben, breaking the maiden status. Or should I say he? And the last one up, Grand Crusader. Last look at tab, 2 Petite Palace 270, 13 Flaxlands 480, 1 No Name Frank 550, and number 12 Sean T at $7. They're all in now, ready to break in race 7, 1200 metres the journey, and the starters of the ladder are about to switch on the red light. Petite Palace drawn down low, has got speed to use the gate, should be nice and handy in the run. There's the light. Set. Starter has a last look down the line. Caxton Lass on a little edgy, drawn down low. Still no break. Racing now. A couple was spat out the back at the start, including the second favourite Flaxlands and Thunder Award. Grand Crusader fast away, No Name Frank's got speed, and Petite Palace right there on the premises, third on settling down. 2 to Sean T getting across to be fourth one off the rail. 2 to Brecken inside of Artistic Endeavour, followed then by Thunder Award, who's got a long way back in the field, and 3 away Flaxlands last of all. Heading down the side now, 700 left to run, Grand Crusader, led by a length to No Name Frank and Petite Palace. The favourites getting the box seat run in third. Sean T in a good fourth, 2 lengths away then, Brecken inside of Artistic Endeavour. National Interest outside of Thunder Award, and Flaxlands, if it's to win, is going to have to come from last. Travelling up to the turn, 400 left to run. Grand Crusade led from No Name Frank closing. Petite Palace needs a run now. Can't get out for the moment, the favourite. Then Shanti, an artistic endeavour, is putting it generously down the outside. Favourite gets out now, Petite Palace. Charges at Grand Crusader. Then No Name Frank. Grand Crusader in front. Petite Palace on the outside. I reckon it's got it. It has. Petite Palace too good. Beat home Grand Crusader. Flaxland zoomed home for third. No Name Frank in fourth. Then National Interest, Artistic Endeavour, Thunder Award, Brecken, and Shanti dropped out and ran last.
Olivia Kendall and Petite Palace saluting in the 2 range across the totes, beating Grand Crusader and Flaxlands. Tommy in for fourth. No Name Frank, and there's one race to come at Ipswich this Savo. Fifth event.
Very strong horse.
The start of the main quaddy. And the favourite is Lucky Penny, a last start winner, Troy.
That was a very strong horse. 6 steps up and it went through. Two, 4, 13, and 1. We'll go to the next. This is the last one today. We'll see what happens. One, 2, 3, 8, 10, 13, all scratched. 12, 4, 6, and 9. Yeah, so there are 2 things that are happening. So one is this, ideally the 2 should win, but it doesn't have a form line. And with this, they have the right jocks on place. So now here is the catch. The catch is this, that it is exactly like this, the 9, right? The 9 did not have the, it is a genuine down. There is no leverage on this 9. So the 9 did not get through. The 6 actually went through. Now here, these 2 are actually down. These 2 are actually down. We'll see how that works, but these two are actually down. The 4 doesn't have a form line. The form line is fantastic on this horse. That is true. These two are like the form line, but they're actually down. I don't know how this will end up. We'll see how it works. I'm out. Pass.
Up. Chicken Mojito is the favourite, $3.30 into $2.80. The best back to beat at Pareto, number 4. Benjamin Osmond's Mount, $6 into $4.20. Got some wild fluctuations here at Tab. Robrick, 5 out to around 7, back into $5. Attracts good late interest off an early drift as well. Chief support for Chicken Mojito and Pareto, the top 2 in the marketplace there with the Tab. Over to the bookies' last 15 minutes of the trade, which sees the favourite as Chicken Mojito. And it went up at $3 and it's into $2.80 and back to $2.90 now, $2.80 again. Chicken Mojito, that's horse number 12. Second pick is Pareto, went up infinitely shorter than the Tab, $4.40 back to $4.20. Robrick is $6.50 into $5.50, so's Venom Rush, $6.50 into $5.50. Rest double figures if you're a real thrillster. Ribari, number 14 for Chelsea Baker is $201 into $151. Jack Bruce nowadays trains Chicken Mojito. Just the 2 wins through 29, but 13 minor placings, and has gone around in much better races than it is today. It was going around in a Group 1 Breeders across at Trentham in New Zealand, 4 runs back. Ran last, but in a listed race, the Gay Waterhouse behind Nayfar last time out, never in the race after settling last. Over the 1200 went back in trip, but not disgrace, beaten 5.5 lengths, right back in grade on what it's been going around in of late. Back to a Class 4 Chicken Mojito as the favourite. Pareto's been best back to beat it. A 4-time winner, 7-time place getter through 18, so a consistent record for the Pirata 4-year-old. For David McComb, second at Bow Desert last time out, the 1400, grab late by Matawai. Was winning at the Bow Desert 1200 3 runs ago. About a minute 20 or so to get the bets on the last here. Let's get to David because Chicken Mojito's his best bet of the day. We join him to wrap it up.
I suppose that's a pretty courageous move to make, Marto, when you consider the strike rate of Chicken Mojito, 2 from 29. And many would be saying, how is this horse in this race? Well, it's in here because it can be, because it's only won 2 races. She's eligible for a Class 4 plate, and as such, she's only going to carry 55 kilos. You'll remember she won the Lakes.
I'll text you, bro. Give me a couple of days, I'll text you.
And a short break, and then ran some black type mares races. So the form lines are superior. As I said, I know she's only won 2 from 29, but this does look a very, very good race. I'm sure Connections will be disappointed if she couldn't put these away. The market says she will. $2.80 in favourite. Speedy Pareto will probably lead at $4.40, but there are others given chances. Robrick at $5.50 and Venom Rush at $6 as they played well for the final race today. Last race over 1350 metres. Field of 9, El Defito about to come up, and Pareto will be the last one to move in. So we're just about ready to break at the last. Ben Thompson rides the favourite Chicken Mojito. He's looking to ride half the card already with a...
I'll text you, bro. Give me a couple of days.
And Pareto goes up. They're all
Maybe
in.
on Sunday I'll text.
Ready to break at the last at Ipswich. Stand by. Chicken Mojito drawn well at barrier 2. Robrick drawn the rail. Stands well. There's the light. Set for action. Racing Ipswich. And Chicken Mojito only fairly away in the second half of the field. Venom Rush began fast. Showing early speed, Chicago Fireball, the imported Pareto, swiftly on the scene up to second now. Aldefino settling fourth. Robrick jumped plenty today, and he's fifth over on the rail. He wants a controlled tempo early. Followed by Master of Rewards, grew behind. Chicken Mojito second last, and He-Man is last of the 9. Heading down towards the back bend with just over 800 left to run. Chicago Fireball firmly in control, and they have slowed things right down. 1 length Pareto racing in second. Venom Rush with a perfect sit third. Aldefino fourth, and fifth and 3 deep is the long shot Master Rewards. Then Robrick on the inside of Rubahay. Well, Chicken Mojito is second last, in traffic in a slowly run race. So she's got a few things against her in the middle part of the affair, and He-Man taking off from the tail. About 6 lengths span them by the 400 metres. Chicago Fireball's had a beaut run in front, but now Pareto starts to lay down the law. Third of the turn was Venom Rush, then Aldefino to the outside. Chicken Mojito is pitching inside runs with work to do, and Robrick coming up the centre of the track with a good run. Pareto led, tackled by Aldefino, and Robrick is coming at the pair. Robrick on the outside, Chicken Mojito flying out far too late. Robrick broke like clear and won. Robrick first from Aldefino, Chicken Mojito or Pareto. Then came Venom Rush, followed by He-Man, Chicago Fireball, Ruber High and Master of Rewards was last over the line.
Robrick makes a mess of them in the last and wins under Michael Rod at 6.10 and $1.80. 5 has run a clear second there, and that's El Defito. And then 12, Chicken Mojito takes a late dive at Perito. Makes it very close for third. So it's 9 from...
So 9. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today, and that was the last one. But I'm going to be racing back again on Saturday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. If you like horse racing, if you like to solve the puzzles that we have, please come back. We will do a little chit chat and try to have some fun and try to solve these puzzles. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. It means a lot to me. And thank you so much, Jimmy, for being there, my friend. Gate, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, thank you so much